What's going on, everyone? Movies, ballpark, bars, one of each, dig it. What's going on, Jason? Damien's all about the bark. It should be good, man. I'll put golf course under park. It's kind of like a big park you get to play in, with 18 holes punched in it. And beer. It's true. What's going on, Dontre? How you doing, buddy? How's the family? Hopefully everybody's safe and well. Yeah, we had a good time. What's up, BDK? Uh-oh. That's no bueno, brother. What's up, Frank? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. How's everybody's health? The throne is actually mine. I brought it from home to work, so basically I just brought it back from work to home. Bam Jam. Yeah. I wasn't going to put myself as one of them. Good. Everything's good here, man. Joe Exotic. My goodness. Yep. Enrique, I'm going to file that under park because it's a park with 18 holes and beer, as as we've come to discern. Sean Park. There are no personal breaks. We won't have personal breaks for probably a week or two. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people are missing the personal breaks. Today we have 3 breaks. So a little more than yesterday. It's just teasing you by being that close. Bam Jam, I have three really good breaks today that I'm actually pretty stoked about. First off the line contenders, 3 box is the one that starts at 7. And then I think I have one at 9. I have one at 7, one at 8, and then one at 9. I know, Steve. I got your email. I'm gonna have Sean take a look at it. There you go, man. Yeah, I got to look a little bit at the sale. Um, that was the one that stuck out to me. Even though I'm not a fan of The Walking Dead, I've never seen it. I knew that that one would kick off quite a few case sales. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, pretty much in a case, you're gonna hit the three major players at 3 hits per box. I mean, you're going to get who you're looking for. You might get a couple of quick killed characters, but you're likely getting who you want. Apple wants to go to the park. I agree. I really like the fact that working from home, I don't have to pay $1 for a drink if I forget to bring one with me. Boy, that blew up real fast. Steve, I'm not worried about the dollar, brother. Some mixed boxes. Park. They're strange. Had no idea that those were gone. Let me look. Hey, Hannah, how are you? Yes, Apple, please do not get pulled over. John, that's a good question. I would have to ask Sean what they're doing with those. Yeah, it's still a long way to go, especially here in New York. I'm good. I'm solid. So working from home is an adjustment. I'm actually getting less sleep working from home than going to work. Yeah, it is crazy. That's exactly the right answer. It's the right assessment. Yeah, so my wife works from home now. Um, so she works from 8 to 4:30, which means I have to be awake at 8 o'clock because my son is up. So I watch my son from 8 until 4:30, and then I'm here at 6. Yeah, George, I agree. I 100% know exactly what you're saying because I thought about it and then I looked at the and yeah, I'm not in. My son is 4. Edgar, let me get you the website. So Edgar, if you go to that website, go to the live break tab, it'll break down what everything is. It's pretty self-explanatory, friend. Yeah, Alpha. There's still cards that sell for 100K. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Jeremy. John, it's at 7. Yeah, George, you still didn't do bad, man. Yeah, we'll see. Hannah, it's gonna be interesting. Sean has the box. Apparently, all of the hit parade stuff that is on the site is at his house. So he's going to end up being the one breaking it. There you go, George. Oh, does college basketball play in March? Is that a big thing? Yeah, unfortunately, Jeremy, I can't. He has it already. And I don't get in contact with him as far as seeing him. So he's going to have to break it. I mentioned to him that you had bought it out, and I said he wanted me to break it. He's like, it's already at my house. He goes, so I'll reach out and I'll contact him. Apparently, I will be doing no hit parade, from what I'm gathering. Yeah, yeah, we've already discussed that. We're gonna just see. We're gonna get through this week of the handoffs because again, I drop things off in time for the trucks for pickup. Um, so we're gonna see how the drop offs go on Tuesday and Thursday, and then we'll be able to kind of get an idea for personals. It'll more than likely be low card hit type things just to make the packaging easier. It's not going to be a lot of crazy stuff. I definitely will not have very many things hanging around. So it's it's up to the bosses. I do what they tell me. Oh, just while I'm at home. They're they had already thought of it. They have like three different plans. They're just going to see which one works better. Yeah, George, I'm not going to keep $200,000 worth of stuff in my house, man. I'll be capping it at 30,000. Yeah, oh yeah, I knew that was going to happen post haste. Um, that's why I asked you guys. Nope, not looking to have that kind of heat. Sorry, reading the I got it sorted. It didn't get packaged. It probably will get dropped off Thursday, so there's going to be like a 2-day delay on those. They are all in their protectors. They're all sorted. I just got all of the printed invoices so that I can package them. So my next drop off is Thursday, which means they'll probably go out Friday night. But that's also one of the only really big breaks we had. The only reason we kept that break is because it had already sold out. Nothing else will be that big, so there shouldn't be any delays for any other breaks. That one was just gigantic. Yeah, it'll get there though. I'm not too concerned. What's going on, Rockin'? It's what I do. Actually, no, I had a lot of coffee today. I'm uh I'm getting my soda fix that I stopped drinking and started drinking again because I don't get to go out as much. So when I would normally go out and get coffee, I'm drinking my wife's pop. I'm not bored, just sidetracked. I'm tracking. What's up, Mel? I got an update tracking. I mean, yeah, Rockin', if that's your thing, buddy, I'll put you down for it. I have a couple of packages coming. Um, and I'm getting updates for them. And they are a gift, so to speak, for Mel. Whatever you do, don't tell my wife there's gifts coming. What's what, Mel? What up, Demi? Are you staying safe? Everybody good in the household? Yeah. Nope. Oh my god, I'm so freaking disappointed. It's not even funny. Ask my wife. It's her friend. My wife actually was. My wife and her uncle were friends with John Jones. I only met him twice. Um, no, which is funny because Jeremy, his father's a preacher. His father's a his father is quite the opposite. See, there you go. It's disappointing. I think he's done. If the UFC has any shred of decency, John Jones is done. And I'm saying that as a John Jones fan. Um, you can't keep letting people do this. It's like the NFL. You just keep letting people do it and they keep doing it because there's no punishment. Yeah, oh, big deal. You don't get to play for a year. You're still collecting your endorsement money. Oh no, Jeremy, as in like Mel and her uncle like talk on the phone and used to hang out with him like they were legitimate friends. I was only an occasional. I just met him twice. He came into my nightclub 2 times. I maybe said a total of 5 words to him. But my wife and her uncle were like legitimate, actual friends of his. He's from up here. He's from not too far from where we are. No, it does. It looks terrible. I mean, it's another public intoxication, and now it's a firearms charge. I don't. I just. It's just a bad look. It's just a bad look. I don't know how else to say it. It's a bad look. No contest. John Jones would kill me. I probably wouldn't even land a punch. I wouldn't even land a single punch. I'm an old fat guy now, man. I don't know, man. He's still a money draw, and the UFC does not care about sports anymore. They only care about money. They don't care what product they put out. If they cared, they wouldn't be scrambling to get this Tony Ferguson, um, uh, what's his name? They wouldn't be scrambling for this fight that they shouldn't be throwing. It's clearly evident, and it's been clearly evident for almost a decade that the UFC doesn't care about mixed martial arts at all. If they did, there'd be no Brock Lesnar, there'd be no Alistair Overeem, there'd be no uh, Cyborg. Those people wouldn't exist if the UFC cared about fighting. Yep. Yeah. It's it's actually an inside joke with me and Mel. When we were living in Houston, we went to Bellator to see Hoist Gracie fight Tito, or no, Hoist Gracie to fight Ken Shamrock. It was also Dada 3000 versus Kimbo Slice and a bunch of other fights. And it was the single most awful set of fights I've ever seen in my life. The one fight was so bad, the highlight was 3 groin kicks that the person got pointed for. The Kimbo Slice fight was just a crap show with Dada almost dying on the in the ring, and then the Ken Shamrock Hoist Gracie fight was um basically Hoist kicked Ken Shamrock in the groin, and the ref didn't see it, and then tapped him out. I mean, it was awful. Yeah, I think his heart did stop. I think he actually had cardiac arrest. His kidneys failed and crap. He was in the hospital forever. Yeah, it was just awful. That live experience turned me off to Bellator. I don't know if they've gotten any better, but after going to that fight, and don't get me wrong, I'm spoiled. I used to go to a lot of UFC fights, but that Bellator fight threw me off. I was like, no, I'm good. Nice, Mark. I dig it. I'm gonna give you one, and I'm gonna let your dogs share a vote. Ken Shamrock used to be a beast, absolutely. Ken Shamrock, him, the wars that he would do with Dan Severn, I mean Hoist, all those guys. That's when it was about fighting. That's when it was about seeing who is the better fighter. Now it's about who can talk the most ish and draw the biggest sales. Nobody cares about the fighting. Here's what I will tell you though. Conor McGregor, if he truly has been humbled by Habib, and the last fight did see a very humble Conor McGregor fighting. He didn't talk smack. He actually complimented Cowboy. After the fight, he told Cowboy exactly how he won. Like if that Conor McGregor returns, the hungry Conor McGregor, that's not Mystic Mac, but the guy who is there to learn and fight and get better, that will be a wonderful thing for the sport. Because nobody can say that he wasn't humbled in his last fight. He absolutely was. It was really good to see him turn that leaf, mature, and say, this is my living. I can't be doing this dumb stuff anymore. Wearing pants. James, I like that. Wearing pants. Yeah, I've been wearing shorts every day. I haven't even cared. Yeah, it'll be cool. And he sounds like, especially like his aunt just passed away from coronavirus, from COVID-19. He's been really vocal on the internet, and he hasn't been talking dumb stuff. What's going on, Jamie? How is the family? He hasn't been talking dumb stuff. He's been talking like realistic issues, and that's good and encouraging to see. Everything's good, man. How about you? I'm going to need some stuff. Give me. Good. Just stay safe. That's all I ask. There we go. Still trying to sort out James's room and figure out the easiest way to have both of our work offices in here. But by Friday, it'll be a well-oiled machine. I love that sticker. No, Jamie, I'm gonna have to ask Sean. He might have just because when he resorted things, he took down a lot of things to change prices and breaks. He might have taken it down and just forgot to put it back up. Matter of fact, I'll send him a text right now. It's still early enough. I can do that. All right. Text is sent. She would probably say, sign the divorce papers, you worthless bum. But she would say it in Spanish. Spanish is her first language. That would be Sean. All right, so I have the answer. He apologizes. It was pulled from the site. Everyone will be refunded. We will put it back up for sale when things get back to normal. He's going to reach out to everybody individually through the email once service processes refunds. He did not break today. So there is the answer. Dude, that's what I'm here for. It's literally my job. I'm a breaker. I'm the liaison from the company to you guys, and it goes both ways. I'm the liaison from you guys to the company. All right, let's see if we can get this to work. Hopefully there's no echo and feedback. It's because we're not doing personal breaks. Rockin'. We won't have personal breaks for a couple weeks. Yeah, Jeremy, if you want to send an email, it's boxbreaks@dacardworld.com. What's up, Brad? Oh, cool, McCud, you are banned. Awesome. Yay. Yeah, I'm definitely not shirtless. The big box will be back once we get back into the office. So probably a month. Unfortunately, Tiny, it's going to be a little while. All right, let's get to... It's that time. Let me record first. Good evening. It's time for the 2019-2020 Panini Contenders First Off the Line Basketball 3-box break. It is at Casa de DC, as you will soon see by the different background. It is a random break, so you know what that means. We have to get to randoming. Eight. Oh, I plan on it. Absolutely. 9. What's up, Richard? All right, Sacramento goes to Samuel H. OKC to Frank. Golden State, Anita. Chicago, Travis S. Portland, Jess M. The Lakers and the Clippers are going to go to Travis S., as is Boston. Anita D. Dallas. Alan S. Indiana. John M. San Antonio. Phoenix is Micah K. Denver, Jess M. Toronto, Anita D. Minnesota, Alan S. Eric S. has Philly. Orlando goes to Jess M. New Orleans goes to John M. Jess M. gets Miami. John M. gets Atlanta. Richard C. Washington. Jess M. Cleveland. Houston goes to Travis S. Utah. Eric S. Memphis, Samuel H. Detroit, Travis S. Charlotte is Samuel H. John M. takes Milwaukee. New York and Brooklyn both go to Travis S. All right. Yes, Jeremy, when I'm done with the break. Good luck, everyone. Let's see what kind of first off the line goodness we have. Kobe White. Out of 199, Taylor Johnson. That's going to go to Phoenix. Oh, Justin, I think that goes without saying, man. Giannis. Out to Milwaukee. That's John M. You know what? It's probably better if I just start sleeving while I go, since I'm the only one doing it. Yeah, I dig those die cuts. Some of them look really good when they pull them off. That's the Nuggets. Non-numbered. KAT. Minnesota. That is Alan S. 125. Conference final ticket. A little bit of Ja Morant, Memphis, Samuel. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Not quite who we were looking for, but still goes to New Orleans, John M. Tyler Herro, Miami. Miami is Jess. PJ Washington, Charlotte. Samuel H. Still waiting on our autos. So 2 out of the last 3 packs are going to have them. Two out of the last 2 packs are going to have them. Because that's Cam Reddish, which goes to the ATL. That's John. All right. Let's see what the first auto is. It's Tremont Waters on card to Boston. Oh yeah, N'Keal Harry is all over everything. Yep. All right, this should be the out of 20. The big dog. Out of 20, it's Ball 7. Out of 20. Denver. Jess, you get the hit. That is not the first Ball out of 20 I've pulled. So I've pulled at least 10% of all of them in the world when it comes to this particular card. Box 2. Who's my chaser? Who do I chase after personally? Romeo Langford. Boston. Depends on the sport. If I'm buying baseball, I go after what up, Nate? Who's chasing me? Nobody. Nobody chases me. Oh, look at that. License to Dominate, Blake Griffin. I've only seen one other one of these. Rumor has it, if you put this into an ATM, it gets ruined. It's cool nonetheless. But anyway, that goes to Detroit. Travis. Should probably put that in something thicker because it has rounded edges. Back in, I want to say it was 2014, it was Austin Seferian-Jenkins. I have so many Austin Seferian-Jenkins autographs and cards. It's kind of ridiculous. This year it's been... Who has it been this year? Let me think about that. Kyle Guy, out of 20. That's going to go to Sacktown. Sacramento, where you at? Samuel. I actually do not own a single... Actually, I lied. I have one Zion card. But it's not like... It was just a random blaster that I convinced myself to buy. It's nothing special. Deontay Harris, I've hit a ton of. There he is, Jackson Hayes. So we've gotten N'Keal. We've got Jackson. Now we just need the big man to show up in Contender of the Year, and you will have collected the set. Kevin Knox II to New York. 125. I know the person who has New York also has Brooklyn. That's going to be Trav. Nice. I love the patch cards that have the logo. I have a really cool football. It was a really cool football card. It was all 3 first rounds. It was Jadeveon Clowney, Andy Luck, and the tackle. Ja Morant, Jackson, Valanciunas, and Pierce, not numbered, but it is Memphis. Never. You will get that card from when you pry it from my cold dead hands. That card will probably be cremated with me. DeAndre Hunter. Another one for ATL. LA. There you go. I've hit quite a few multiples. I hit a Notre Dame multiple. It was... I want to say it was Ismail, Brown, and 2 other guys that were wide receivers from Notre Dame. I had that graded. It graded out to a 9, and I sold that for like $600. Because there are a lot of Notre Dame diehards. I think 3 out of the 4 people on the card were Hall of Famers. Kobe White, Chicago. That's Travis. That's always interesting. Giannis, but man, did that get banged up in the process. They straight folded your tip. I've only ever got 2 10s. Ooh, that's a good looking card. I think that one's out of 25. I've scored 2 10s. One of them was my Tremaine Edmonds championship ticket. Nope, it's out of 149 for the Pacers. Indiana is Allen. Nice. So glad you got rid of that, aren't you? All right, last box. Wait. Oh yeah. 15K. Goodness gracious. Victor Oladipo back to the Pacers again. 125. Rui. The Wizards. Washington, I haven't given you a shout out yet today. Where are you guys at? That's Richard C. There you go. It's a start. Let's follow that up with an auto, shall we? Oh. Hey, how about I finish the pack I had in my hand? Not that it matters. There we go. ATL. Yeah, it was, and that framing looks good, man. They did a good job. Another Jackson. This is the lottery ticket. It's Kobe. I'm surprised the plate didn't say pulled by DC, world's greatest breaker, aka rookie breaker of the year 2020, aka hot sauce. Jonathan Isaac, O-Town out of 199. That's Jess. Cameron Johnson to Phoenix. That's right, man. I'll settle for just a post-it note on the frame. Pulled by DC. R.J. Barrett. Back to you, New York. Exhibit A. Pat Mahomes. Quads. Charlotte. You already got one. Here's another. There you go, Nate. Yeah, that's right. That Giannis was pretty sick. Fiondu Kabengele. The Clippers. Anybody else notice the error on this card? Is it just me, or does that say Phoenix? Maybe they know something we don't know. Huh. That's interesting. I never noticed that before. And I know it's not my first Fiondu Kabengele I've ever pulled. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? Matisse, rookie variation season ticket, premium edition blue shimmer, out of 20 on card. Matisse Thybulle. That's Phoenix, right? No. Philadelphia. Philly. That's who it is. All right, that's Eric S. Oh, Tree Rollins, the ATL. John, you asked for it. You got it, buddy. John just finished saying in the chat he didn't get any autos, and now he gets one. Definitely gotta wait for the last pack. That's OKC. I like to hear that about athletes. I like to hear the ones that are down to earth. All right, there we go. What's my 8 o'clock? Oh, that's right. My Immaculate is 8 o'clock. Now we're talking. Yeah, no, and it's funny because they gained and I've known a lot of professional sports players. Working in the clubs, I got to meet a lot of Sabres and Bills. A lot of, well, football players, not so much hockey players, but there are exceptions to the hockey player rule, i.e. Patty Kane. Most of the football players I knew, it was the mentality of that they're better than everyone else that made them succeed. Whereas the hockey players, very few had that mentality that, oh, I'm the best and everyone's second class. I mean, Patty Kane is an exception. There are exceptions, but most hockey players have that very humble, hangout, people of the earth type vibe to them. Thank God those are in steel cases. I would be happy to watch any sports. At this point, I've learned the rules to cricket. Because up until a week and a half ago, they were still playing cricket. I have. I've actually had a lot of. I'm an RPG guy typically when I have the time. Ever since I got married and had my son, I haven't had time to be an RPG guy. Xeon, there are no personal breaks. I've been trying to get into a lot of the mainstream games. I only have about an hour of free time a day as of now because my wife works at the day, I at night. There's only an hour in between where I get a moment to myself. So I haven't been able to get sick of video games yet. Dominic Hasek, I heard, is. It depends. If you are Czech, you are his drinking buddy. If you are not Czech, he can be very arrogant. What up, Scuba? I used to play WoW. I am no longer allowed to play WoW. I used to be very good at WoW. I used to make a lot of money in WoW. But no, I've walked away from that game and I will not go back. I banned myself. I was not a healthy person when that game was in my repertoire. I stayed away from all of that. Everybody was doing that. I would grind out pets. That was my niche. I would grind out the pets. When I can't remember its name, but if you said it, I'd remember it. The little Tyrannosaurus Rex dinosaur. They had him in I think three colors. It was like purple, blue, and red, or maybe red and green, purple and blue, and something else. When those first launch, Um, no, no. I actually did not touch any of my end game content. I didn't mess around. I didn't bother with a lot of the end game stuff. No death knighting at all. I kept it very basic. I farmed low level stuff that people just didn't want to grind, and I sold them. But that little dinosaur made me probably 2 grand over the first 6 months. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I didn't. The mounts usually were a little bit more in depth. In depth. Most of the pets, I mean, honestly, that I can't remember. He had a little name. It was I don't remember what it was. But it was 3 variants you could get. The boss was like 30 steps inside the cavern. You can walk in, crush it in like 3 minutes, and then you had like a one in I think it was a 1 in 100 drop, and then a 1 in 20 drop. The 1 in 100 drop would net you like $5, and then you could sell the other one for like $2. And then there was an ultra rare drop, I think that was like 1 in 1,000. That was a different color, and that one was like $200 online for like 3 months because everyone had to have the rare one. You know, it was something. I mean, it's been so long since I played. It was something along those lines. I'm not 100% accurate in that statement, but it was something like that. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you, bud. I want to get into. Somebody told me. Oh God, it's a. I appreciate that. Um, Jeremy, it's fine. Um, I'm trying to. I texted myself. I'm looking at my text. I gotta find the name of this game. Sounds like Devilsaur. Yeah, Devilsaur. And the Devilsaur had it was there was different colors you could get. Patience, my friend. We all have to have patience in these times. Yeah, the Devilsaur it had colored variants because I used to I'm 99% sure that there were color variants because I remember having different drop rates that I had to kind of remember. Or it might have been two different things that were in the same cave that could drop two different variants. The gym, but he is going to take movies. What's up, Swamp Pickle? I hope you and your family are healthy and happy right now. Or at least healthy. Because who can really be happy? Yeah, you know what? Now that I look at it, I'll throw a little bit more onto that. Hunter's like, well, if it's pork, I want pork. We have the meats and cards. Hmm. Yeah, it is now. I basically do drive-bys on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I drop off stuff to be shipped, and they load up my car with the next week's break. Well, actually, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I drop off stuff to be shipped. And then on Thursday, I pick up the following week's breaks. No, it's not bad, and I don't get out of the car, so I'm technically not stopping. Oh, hey, take care, man. I will be here till about midnight. We got 15 minutes and we finally get to see what's inside of the immaculate NFL. I'm going to call a Jacobs and a Danny Dimes. Adam, so yes and no. The one that was on the site, we're actually going to refund everybody due to we're no longer breaking in the warehouse. So service is going to refund everyone that bought into that. And they'll reach out to you via email to let you know as well. When we go back to the warehouse and are able to go back and break in the warehouse, we'll be putting a bunch of the big boxes up. I think we'll have probably one or two that we're gonna put up. But it's the box is so big that it's just impossible for us to be carrying that to and from our house. So we're just we're putting a hold on that. We're in limited space. We're in our own home, so we just couldn't get that big box going. So we apologize. It sucks. I know you've been waiting a long time, but I don't even have personal breaks right now. That's how tough it is at the moment. So sorry, man. I'll be the first to apologize. And thank you. I appreciate you enjoying watching. I enjoy producing this and getting it done. Producing this content. Yeah, we appreciate your understanding. It's just, I mean, right now, thank you. Um, if you could see, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I can't show you. Bear with me. All right, here, let's go for a trip. So this is my son's bedroom. This is our spare bedroom. There's the bed, and there's the it's literally from his cabinet, his where his clothes are, all the way to his bed. From here all the way to the wall is the boxes. So when I say there is no space, I got no space. We're actually going to be making new ones. Um, Before the coronavirus decided to rule the world, we were actually in the process of getting new mats. This is just a generic one, but the rumor has it we were getting a new one. So I'm just using mine. I don't play any of my games anymore, so I can use it. These are great. These are fantastic. So much better for the cards. Is the other one? Oh, clear cut. I gotta find that. I think that's right here. I think that's the one that's. Yeah, there it is. That's the next one. So yeah, you can tell it's my son's room. There was a dinosaur sitting on top of the clear cut. All right, I have everything ready for the break. Oh. So, what is everybody binge watching now? What is the show that everybody is now besides Tiger King? Let me rephrase that. Besides Tiger King, what is everybody watching? Westworld? YouTube and Twitch? Vince, I thought you hate Twitch. There's there's a lot that know that we're going, but because there are no personal breaks, a lot of them aren't just hanging out for that reason. Vince, I was being facetious. All right, break's gonna start in 5 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I gotta grab another drink. I'm going to have to get a mini cooler because as soon as I walked outside, my goodness, I was assaulted by my son. Daddy, are you done? No, buddy, I'm not. Ooh. No, I wish that was. I wish. Oh yeah, Greg, I'm sold out. But here, let me direct you to the site. We have stuff every single day, Monday through Friday. No, man, it's a bottle of water. I would love to crack a beer. I'm actually going to be honest with you. I don't drink beer anymore. I've fallen in love with Stella Artois cider. I used to drink a lot of Corona, Labatt Blue. Probably drank more Labatt Blue than anything else. Oh, it's time. Yeah, everything is sold out today. We've had to do a reduction in breaks due to the fact that we're no longer in the warehouse. I am very excited about this one though. 2019 Immaculate. First off the line premium edition 2-box football. You want to talk about football? I do. And so does Robert, Roy, and Tommy. Oh, that reminds me. I should probably look up what the divisions are because I still don't have them memorized. And that is how I cheat. All right. Peeling back the curtain because my cheat sheets aren't on the wall yet. All right, let's get randoming. Seven. Seven. Well, Robert H., you got the AFC South. That's the Cowboys, the Texans, Saints, and Titans. Tommy, you have the NFC West. Cardinals, KC, Broncos, Rams. Hold on, that's not right. That is actually incorrect. Hold on a second. There we go. Let me pull it off the right site. That was a proposed realignment. All right, let's start that over again. AFC South. See how bad it is without the cheat sheets? That's Jacksonville, Tennessee, Colts, and Houston. NFC West, which is Tommy. That is the Rams, Seahawks, San Francisco, and Arizona. Now that sounds correct. Yeah, it's Brad. The picture was of a realignment, which was ridiculous. That's why I just went back to NFL.com and pulled it up. But it's right now. It's correct now. All right, and Roy, you have everything else. So as long as it's not the Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Cardinals, or the Texans, Colts, Titans, or Jaguars, they're yours. All right, now that snafu is over, let's get to the important part. Goodness gracious. All right. We'll start on the left. Hey, Lewis, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you back watching. How's the family? Hopefully everybody's safe and well. All right, let's get started. Out of 20, AFC East, LaShawn McCoy, that's going to go to Roy. Oh, nice. How about some old school? Len Dawson. That's going to be out of 49. That is going to KC. That's AFC West. That is Roy. DK Metcalf, out of 99. Seattle. NFC West, Tommy. Nice little DK auto. Now, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Thank you. Everybody is good, Lewis. I appreciate your sentiment. We talked about we really like when we get big pieces of the main patch. And this one for Marquise Brown, 2 out of 5, certainly fits that bill. How about a nice Maryland flag logo piece right there? The Ravens is the AFC North, so that goes home with Roy. But that is beautiful. Out of 15. A little bit of the, it looks like a sock. Noah Fant. Denver. That's the AFC West. That goes to Roy, too. Here's somebody we talked about a little bit earlier. N'Keal Harry, 11 out of 14. Is a smudge on his auto, just an FYI. But there you go. That's the AFC East. That's Roy. Box 2. Out of 20. That's Adam Thielen. Vikings. Minnesota is the NFC North, so that goes to Roy. For the AFC North, Steelers, Juju, out of 99, some glove, a little patch, and a football. Not to mention the Double J. That's out to Roy. Justice Hill. Baltimore. Also AFC North. Also Roy. All right, everybody. Here we go. Now we are in. I have to get a case for this one. That is probably a 130. If I have to take a guess. If I had to guess, I'm going to say it's a 130. And I would be right. How about AFC East? 1 of 1. Rob Gronkowski. It doesn't matter if I'm in the Breakers Lounge or my son's bedroom. It is going to be a fantastic card break for you guys. Booyah. Oh, that one is going to the gram. That one is going to the gram. Gary Jennings out of 15. That's the Seahawks. And back to Denver. Rookie patch auto. Emerald. Quarterback Drew Lock. Maybe? Come on. There it is. Denver is the AFC West. It's Roy. And there you have it. Not too shabby. Little one-on-one action. Not too bad. Only thing that would make this better is if Rob Gronkowski was written in marker right there. I love football. All right, let's get that posted up to the Instagram. All right, I'm just putting that up right now for the world to see. All right, just tagging, and then we're in. Cool. All right, back to the task at hand. What's next? Oh, that's next. That, my dear friend John, is some 1819 clear cut hockey. This one right here is the last one of the night. Dan says, I miss going to work. Or Dave. Dave says he misses going to work. Yeah, man, I got very lucky. Work decided to come to me. So this is a division break. There's only 4 divisions in hockey. So yeah, there's a pretty good shot that you're going to get something good in here. All right, be right back. I'm just going to move over to the sorting table. Free up a little table space. There we go. I can breathe now. Oh. Oh, the new Gypsy Queen baseball that came out? I'm breaking, just no personals. I'm still going to be breaking 5 days a week. Can't stop me from working from home. As a matter of fact, he encouraged it. Yay, hockey? It is hockey. Yeah, the mayor of Miami's wrong. I don't know. I have to look. What's this is at 9. It's for Dan, Christopher, Philip, and Robert. Cool. Actually, you didn't find me on Snapchat because I'm not on Snapchat. Never have been. Never even downloaded Snapchat. My son loves it because he loves the filters, but he doesn't save anything. He definitely didn't find me on TikTok. I'm still not 100% sure what TikTok is. None of that stuff appeals to me whatsoever. I could never be famous because I would not want anything to do with any of that stuff. It interests me in no way, shape, or form. Supposedly everywhere. Yeah, that's right. Yep. I just don't. I don't understand the blurring the lines between home life and public life. You have to, in order to maintain a proper amount of sanity, you have to have a personal life and a public life. Even when I was acting and I was doing, 200 shows um, with the improv troupe that I was with, um, there was a public me and there was a private me, and those lines did not blur. Because, and that is part of the why that half of these YouTube stars, quote unquote stars, YouTube idiots, um, are so messed up and are so dumb, for lack of a better term, is there's constant burnout. They're mentally exhausting themselves because they are putting their personal life on show and they have to be on 24/7. You have to have me time. As an actor, I knew and found very early in my career, you have to have me time. You have to have time where you can wind down and not be your character and be yourself. And these YouTube morons are, they're not, there's no personal life. So they don't know how to act in their personal life or in public because it's one and the same with them. And that's why a lot of these kids are self-destructing and are basically millionaire morons. Um, TJ Miller, I think, is funnier because he uses almost all of his own material. Dane Cook is a notorious material thief. And he would also buy a lot of other comedians' bits to use on his own. TJ Miller, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't do that. Yeah, today's breaks were not very big as far as having to sort. Those I'll have done and probably packaged tonight. Um, After this break, I'll probably only stay live for maybe an hour, hour and a half. Um, and then excuse me, if I continue being as tired as I am, which was a very well timed yawn, I'll cut it short so that I can just finish the rest of the baseball and from yesterday and do the rest of today's. Yeah, one. So there are two kind of fields in acting and comedy, improv and scripted. Um, Most stand-up comedians are scripted. They will work on a bit, they will do it over and over again, try it out in different cities, find out what works, find out what doesn't, and then put all their pieces together and make a show. Um, Improv comics, like Robin Williams. Robin Williams was an improv comic. Almost nothing he did was written down. Um, those people are amazing. That is what I did. I did improv. Nothing I did was scripted. I only did one. No, that's a lie. I only did two script. That's also a lie. Three. I did three. I did one TV show that was scripted. I did a student film that was scripted, and I did a play that was scripted. Hey, Greek, what's up, man? Think who's funnier now? The one that's alive. Yeah, Jeremy, I know. I got a lot to catch up on. I still got to figure out how it all is going to work out. Oh, they're both dead. Uh, I like Jonathan Winter. Something about his face. Oh, Mitch Hedberg was so good. Mitch Hedberg was fantastic. It was so simple yet so smart. Yeah, without the personals, it does. I mean, I'm an entertaining individual. However, I'm also admittedly a bit swamped with everything in the adjustments. Once I get adjusted to the new normal, it'll be back to the swing of things. Mitch Fattel, yep. I was big into stand-up comedy a few years ago. I had some friends that did stand-up comedy. I'm not gonna name drop. One of them opened for Louis C.K. before Louis C.K. did what he did. Well, before he admitted and getting got busted for doing what he did. He was doing it the whole time, but yeah, it was funny because my friend also said that he did that. He's like, "Oh, dude," he goes, "You'll be talking to him and he'll just start doing it." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "It's the weirdest thing, man. It's like compulsive with him." I was like, "Oh, well, that's interesting." No, man, I am absolutely aware that I am not my normal self yesterday and today. For the first time in a while, I've had to find things to say because we're all, well, most of us are stuck at home. There's only so many stories I can come up with and so many things I can talk about having being, stayed home all day. And I'm not going to get political, and unfortunately, politics is the only thing that's on TV. So I usually have something sports to say. I usually have something, adventurous to say. When you don't leave the house, it makes it difficult to have that conversation. Dave Chappelle is one of the funniest human beings alive. Um, Richard Pryor was a pioneer. Um, if I could only see one of them live, I would see Richard Pryor for the fact that he was a legend. But Dave Chappelle is right there with him and could possibly. Here's the thing. So, again, I have, working knowledge of stand up between my comedy and my friends who did stand up. If you're not aware of it, if this is going to come as news to you, you need to look out for him. Dave Chappelle is arguably one of the greatest comedians alive right now. It's not a black thing, it's not a white thing. It's how he crafts his jokes, how he calls back to previous jokes, and how he develops the material. It's not material for everybody because he doesn't have to swear. He chooses to. He has done clean shows, and he's just as funny when he doesn't swear than when he does. Richard Pryor, if you took out the swearing, Richard Pryor was not the same comedian. I'm not saying he's bad. He's a legend. He was just a pioneer. He kind of was doing things before you could. Him and George Carlin. George Carlin is probably one of the most intelligent comedians ever to live. George Carlin was a genius. If you go back and look at all of his jokes, they still hold water. All of them. None of them are dated. And Vince, some people, Dave is not some people's cup of tea. But if you're not looking at it from a material standpoint, but from a, it's so hard to explain it. From a structure, from the actual craft of comedy. Oh no, I'm definitely not talking about the Chappelle Show. The Chappelle Show, his skits, no, those were, yeah, his actual stand up. The way he crafts a joke, the way he sets up punchlines, the way he will use a punchline that is not expected. Oh, Eddie Murphy was an absolute genius too. Eddie Murphy was one of the first comics to walk around the stage because he found that comics like Bill Cosby, who sat down, could lose the crowd. And by moving from left to right on the stage, walking around the stage, he was keeping the attention of the crowd, which was a genius thing. And a lot of stand-up comedians do that now. And it's because of Eddie Murphy walking back and forth. Stand-up comedy was literally that. It was a guy standing up and telling jokes. Eddie Murphy invented the walking comedy. Raw, oh yeah, Raw changed the world. Fluffy, yeah, he's good too. He's funny. He is. I just hope he stays healthy. But learning how to and what makes Chappelle so good is the people in the industry will tell you he can write an entire stand-up bit that will kill in an hour. And I wish I could really imbue how difficult that is. Most comedians will have to take a full year of testing out material in different cities, changing punchlines, changing delivery, changing the positions of where the jokes are in the set before they can get a track. Yeah, Justin, correct. Chappelle is just so naturally gifted in joke structure, which is why he wrote all of those films. Who was it? Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks had him help him with part of the writing of Robin Hood Men in Tights. He actually had Chappelle write part of his own bits in there. Oh, it's not Dave Chappelle. My favorite comedian of all time or right now. My favorite comedian of all time is probably Carlin. My favorite comedian now, if Eddie Izzard was still doing stand-up, he'd be my number one. I think Eddie Izzard is brilliant as well. But right now it's Bert Kreischer. Bert Kreischer, whom I've met and hung out with, is hilarious because all of his stories are true. And you would think that they aren't, but he actually has proof. Oh, Doug Stanhope, man, that guy is an animal. Is an absolute animal. Also, a good friend of Bert Kreischer's. Doug Stanhope is like really good friends with Johnny Depp. He actually lives at Johnny Depp's house when he's touring and going to LA. I've got some interesting pictures of me and Bert and my wife. It is, Brad. It's true. It is. I saw Ron White live. He was pretty good. I saw Lewis Black live. I took my father to see Lewis Black. Yeah, me and Bert have a lot of things in common. I'm like that too. I just end up in situations where you're like, how did you end up in this situation? For instance, hanging out with Bert Kreischer. um, we have a personality trait that we will put ourselves in certain situations just to see what happens. John Mulaney is also a genius. He's very smart. Oh my God, I'm surprised you're still alive, Justin. Barry, what's going on, buddy? We got some clear-cut hockey coming up. Ron White had his moment. The material that he was doing when he was at the height of his fame during the redneck comedy tour, whatever it was called, he had been working on a lot of those jokes for literally a decade. He is a scripted stand-up comedian. He's also a burn comic. He burns people too. It's pretty good. No, man, we are sold out. But if you head over to the website, you'll see what's coming up for the next couple weeks. But I always, even when I was younger, I would put myself in situations that it's like, I wonder what happens if I go over here. And I've always ended up with some really insane stories. And people are like, dude, how did you end up over there? It's like, I don't know, it just happened. So, me and him have that similar character trait. We're just adventurous. We're gonna stick our finger in the light socket just to see what happens. Somebody's gonna hand us a cup of something. We're not gonna think. We're just gonna drink it, and whatever happens, happens. Here, dude, have this. All right, cool. What is it? I don't care. Just give it to me. Like, it's... I mean, I'm not like that anymore. Now that I'm married with a kid, I don't do anything remotely like that. But in my youth, I threw caution to the wind. Oh, Dave Attell. Yeah, Dave Attell, he's great. He does a lot of improv stuff. He does a lot of observational comedy. I liked him better when he was drinking. Now that he's sober, he just seems to be too reserved. I miss his show. What was it? Was it Last Call? Yeah, Insomniac. That's what it was. Insomniac with Dave Attell. I bought those DVDs, man. Oh, it was so good because I love travel and I love comedy. I could never do stand up. I had my friends like, dude, you should do stand up. Oh my God, you're funny. You're funny. Because believe it or not, back in the day, I was one of those people, and I still can come up with a punchline really quickly. My improv skills allow me to knock out jokes fast, especially when when we're doing burns, when we're just ripping on people. I can just go spout endless insults that apply to the person. And it's not out of maliciousness. It's usually out of love. You roast your friends. You don't roast people you don't know. Um, and they're like, dude, you should do comedy. I'm like, I can't memorize a set. When I did my play, it was one paragraph. It took me everything to memorize that one paragraph. But you put me in a position where I can just spitball off of somebody, forget about it. I'm going to crush everyone in the room. Yeah, Jerky Boys definitely started the underground movement. Yep. I had very deep roots in comedy. It's actually easier to do comedy when you have a kid because you can just watch your kid do something and go, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then just figure out a way to tell a story about it. That's kind of what Bert does. Bert's daughters do something weird, he's like, that's a story, I'm gonna write it. He has a new stand-up that came out earlier this month, last month. Hey Big Boy. Um, it was so the stuff he did, Kristen. I do know. Okay, let me. I know of Kristen Becker. Back in the day, I would hang out with some people that are in her circle of friends. I knew Kristen when Kristen was just getting started. Oh, slow hand. Those are because we're doing limited breaks. They're all gonna get done. If they're TBA, they're gonna get done. Just as they fill up, we'll give them times. We're doing about 3 breaks a day. So it's just a matter of them filling up. Once they get close, like halfway or more, then they'll get a date assigned to them. Yeah, when Kristen was just getting started, she actually opened for Mick Foley when Mick did his stand-up routine. Um, and Kristen was a good friend of my friend Destiny. Destiny is a photographer. Um, we were a clique. It was me, Destiny, the a bunch of the girls from. There you go. Yeah, I was there too. A bunch of the girls from the burlesque. I used to hang out with the burlesque girls all the time. Um, used to be really big into the burlesque scene here. I was for a few months a staple at every show because Destiny was the photographer and I got to meet all the girls and I was the joke was I was the unicorn. I was the only guy allowed to hang out with the girls because I wasn't like the other guys. Boom Boom Betties. A bunch of them. I'm trying to remember all the girls' names. There's pictures of me hanging out with all of them. Destiny has most of the photos. But yeah, that was my scene. And Miss Kitty's. We'd go to Miss Kitty's. We'd go to I can't remember the name of the other place. Cannot remember the name of. I didn't go, but a lot of the girls that did the derby would also do burlesque. A couple of the girls did burlesque. Yep. Yep, those were that was a lifetime ago. That was probably 10 years ago. It's been a very long time. I can't remember the name of the club that they all went to. But I was like one of the only guys allowed in the club. At the time. I don't think it's like that anymore. It was basically an all girls club. It's amazing what you get invited to when you're respectful and have manners and are polite and are accepting of all cultures. It is amazing where people will invite you to go. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't even remember the name of that club. I can't remember the name of the club. I couldn't even tell you where it was. I have such a weak memory of that period of my life. I did a lot of amazing things. I only remember a third of them. Yeah. It was basically an all ladies club, and then like I think on like 2 nights a week. Lavender. Oh God, now that's starting to ring a bell. I just remember you had to walk upstairs to get into the front door, and the bouncer. I knew her real name, but nobody was allowed to call her by her real name. And it was funny because I said her real name, and she looked at me, and everyone looked at me, and they're like, "You like how?" She's like, "Not in public." I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." All right, because I only knew her by her real name. I didn't learn her nickname until months later. Yeah, man, it was an interesting life. So, Super Dirty, are you a local? Jumping in the conversation, man. Do we know you? Are you in our circle of friends? Me and Justin just found out a couple months ago that we ran in the same circles growing up, but never we had to have met each other, but never really met each other. Are you another one that we know but don't know? Grew up in Buffalo. It is. People give Buffalo a lot of crap, but it's actually a great place to raise a family. I I've been to New Jersey, but I've never really been to New Jersey. Cause Buffalo is a far way away. I'm closer to Toronto and Cleveland than I am to New York City. I think Cleveland might be equidistant, but I'm definitely closer to Toronto. I've hated the Yankees my whole life. Well, even before I was a Astros fan. Buffalo in '89. Yeah, Buffalo in '89 was a good time. Yeah, it was a little bit before my time. I was a teenager in the '90s, but I vividly remember the '80s, and I have very young parents. My parents were basically teenagers throughout most of the '80s. Um, yeah, it was a good time to be there. All right, let's knock this out. Okay, it's time to switch gears over to hockey. 1819 Upper Deck Clear Cut Hockey 15 box case. It's a 4-spot random division. There's the four of you. Let's go ahead and get the randoming part done. We're going to go 5 times. Six times. All right, this time I'm not going to mess this up. Robert, you have the Central Division. That's going to be the Blues, the Avalanche, the Stars, the Jets, the Predators, the Wild, and the Blackhawks. The Atlantic Division goes to Dan H., Bruins, Lightning, Maple Leafs, Panthers, Canadiens, Sabres, Senators, and Red Wings. The Pacific is going to go to Philip. That's Vegas, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Arizona, Anaheim, LA, and San Jose. The Metropolitan goes to Christopher. Longest name, longest division. That's the Capitals, the Flyers, the Penguins, the Hurricanes, the Blue Jackets, the Islanders, the Rangers, and the Devils. See, I read it off of the right screen this time. Ain't that nice? Justin, you are correct. That is the name. That is it. You got it, man. That was it. Some clear-cut hockey. Love it. Jeremy's like, finally, hockey. You know, it's funny, Barry, just for everybody that's watching the video, in the chat we're talking about Buffalo. Growing up, I hated the snow. Your parents would send you you'd get a snowmobile suit, or, you know, a jacket and 2 pairs of pants and boots with bread bags inside of them to keep your feet wet because you were too poor to have boots that didn't leak. And we would play hockey, football, whatever in the snow. I hated playing in the snow, which is funny because growing up there, how can somebody hate where they're from when that's all they've ever known? But I always knew growing up, I was like, I hate the cold, I hate the snow, it's awful. When I got older and fatter, it didn't bother me as much. Now I go outside, I mean, in Texas, it would drop down to 40 degrees. I'd be in, you know, a long sleeve shirt and everyone else would have jackets on. All right, up first, that is going to be the Winnipeg Jets, I believe. It is. Winnipeg, Par Lindholm. Winnipeg, you are the Central Division. That's Robert H. Now I love it. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't love it. I'm not bothered by it, is what it boils down to. When I was a kid, I hated it. I hated snow. Buffalo it's bitter to the bone cold. Neil Pionk. Rangers. New York, both of those teams are Metropolitan. But yeah, Justin, you are right. That's the name of the club. That I was a staple for, I would say, about 6 to 8 months. I was there. Out of 99, Bernie Nichols. L.A. They are Western, which means it's the Pacific Division. Philip. That other name, there was another place. I think that's what. I don't want to say the names of the clubs on a recording, just because. Yeah, Jeremy, you're right, man. That other place you mentioned was, I think, what it was before. Anders Lee, another New York Metropolitan hit. Yeah, Justin, dude, we're going to hang out one of these days. When, we're allowed to legally hang out again. Out of 65, Zach Aston Reese. The Pens. That's also Metropolitan. Christopher, killing it. UD exclusive rookie. It was on Maine, yep. Yeah, man. I did not pay cover. I paid for half of my drinks. I paid for half of my drinks because, honestly, I tipped the crap out of the bartenders and I made them charge me so that I could tip them. But it was always offered for free. Chi-Town, Jokiharu. I believe that's Central. It is. Goodness. My home garbage is getting filled. Oh, this is beautiful. How about a little clear-cut Young Guns? Connor Hellebuck. That is Winnipeg. Again, Central. Robert. How's that nice little card right there? I wouldn't kick that out of my collection. Rob Thomas, out of 65, St. Louis, also Central. Embedded endorsements, out of 99, Kota Kiniemi. That is Le Montreal Canadiens. So that's the Eastern Conference. I believe it's Atlantic. It is Atlantic. Oh, nice. Out of 35, Boston's own Willie O'Ree. That is an awesome card right there. That is an absolute stunner. Check that out. I didn't even know he signed in this. That is dope. I wish the other Justin, who is a Boston fan, I'm going to have to take a picture of this and DM it to him. Just to give him, make him feel some type of way. Boston, that's Atlantic. Congratulations, Dan. Ooh, baby. Look at the gray in that one. Joe Thornton, out of 25 UD canvas. Hockey is heated up. He's heating up. Cal Peterson for LA. Dominic Cahoon, out of 99, back to Chicago. Armando. It's a Logitech. I don't know the brand. Or I know the brand, I just don't know what model, but it is Logitech. Warren Fogle. Carolina. That's going to be Metropolitan. Christopher, back to you. And honestly, Mondo, it's also because I have different lighting in my house. It's not the overhead, whatever those tubes are, fluorescent bulbs. I'm using a natural light bulb. Like an energy type bulb. So the lighting, is it LED? Look at it. If it burns my eyes, then no. Nope, it's definitely not an LED. That one, wait, where's my hand? There it is. That one up there is an LED. This one is a natural bulb. And we're going to end it with Brett Howden, New York. There you go. Some pretty good stunners in there. I mean, not a lot of stuff. Not a lot of stuff signed by Mr. O'Ree. So that is definitely a keeper. Mondo, you're good, buddy. You're fine, man. Dude, you can say hello in the middle of a sentence if you want, man. You have my permission to cut me off to say hello. Absolutely. I would love to give a shout out to Rory and Remy, children of the Wandering Pizza. How cool is that? You know, Rory, Remy, Wandering Pizza is very famous. Don't know if you know that. Anytime, Armando. I got you, brother. You're welcome. Now, listen, Rory, Remy, you've got to be good. That's the trick. If you're good, then you can come and see me Monday through Friday, and I will give you a shout out. So if you behave and you do all of your chores, you can have a shout out anytime you want. All you got to do is ask. I miss the movies. My son finally got into watching movies and able to sit through them. And now, of course, when he's ready and raring to go, he doesn't get to go. My son is laughing like a madman in the next room, so I think he's getting tickled. No, this was actually from my wife's desk at work. I don't think it's magnetic. No, it's not magnetic. It's actually a blackboard on the other side. Um, this was one of my wife's work boards. Hey, Chief. What's up, dude? That is it for the evening. We're gonna hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna probably sort out what we just did by division so that I can get these in on Thursday so they can be mailed out on hopefully Friday or Thursday night. Chief, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I apologize. But personal breaks are on hold for a little while until we can figure out the best way to do it from my house. I left the black light at work. I didn't think we'd be doing any. Believe me, I will be pushing for personals as soon as we can. Again, let me get through this week. This is a big change for my entire household. It's not just me; it's my whole house here. So once we get this squared away, we'll start talking personals. Once my family can cope with what we're doing, we'll get personals underway. My goodness, I know most of these. You're not. No, man. Don't take it that way, Chief. No, man. I just didn't want you to be disappointed. Yeah, man. No, Chief. You are more than happy to come hang out with us, brother. Any day you want, come hang out. That's funny. He spun that right around on me. Nah, it's not like that, bro. It's we'll get it done. I just know that you're getting back in and you're in the prime of your breaks, and they pull the rug out from under you, man. I'd be sad if I were you. But yeah, we'll get them together. We have to just work the logistics out. All right, that's what I wanted to do. New York, New York, New York. I'll probably, by the time this is over, I'll more than likely have the divisions memorized, since I'll be doing almost exclusively divisions. And there we go. That is officially sorted. Look how easy that was. So, Chief Man, how are you doing? How is the family? Is everybody well? No, no pets, man. No pets. My son is 2 rooms over. While my wife is working, I keep him in one room while she works here, and then while I'm working, he's in a different room. We will. We just can't have him where we are. Yeah, caged up fire it is. There's the answer. She's not supposed to talk about it, but there it is. Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't. Trust me, my son is not well behaved. He's well behaved in public. He's got good manners in public. Like, he is very sweet and shy and kind in front of strangers. But when he's just with his family, oh, brother, he is a monster. He is a lot like his dad. His mother is a saint. So my son speaks Spanish, and my wife will ask him stuff in Spanish. She'll be like, say something in Spanish, but she'll say it in Spanish. And he'll look at her and go, "Palaka, laka, 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 laka." He makes fun of her all the time. But he understands, he speaks both languages, but he likes to razz her. He prefers English. Yeah, Chief, I'm gonna feel terrible saying this. But we got very lucky. Both me and my wife are able to work from home. It sucks that you're in that situation. Um, and that everything happened now while you're away and everybody's split up. But this is all temporary, and it's gonna make for some really interesting life stories. Like I have been telling people over the last month, we're living through history right now. This is going to be talked about and studied for a very long time. This is unprecedented. This is something that is they're going to teach the Great Depression. They're going to teach about the coronavirus COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. They're going to teach about, the state of political affairs worldwide right now, not just US, but worldwide, what's going on politically. The efforts to save the planet, reducing, emissions. This is going to, in the future, be the turning point of history. It's either going to turn for the worse or turn for the better. And the people living right now are the ones that decide that. And the ones that have to take action to decide which way the scale tips. Same thing with World War II. World War II was a defining time in world history. We're in the middle of that now. So, it is, living right now is not for the faint of heart. But thank you, Greg. Yeah, everybody's good. Everybody's well. There you go, man. That's good to hear. At least you get out. I'm sorry, brother. I'll get there eventually. Have faith. Did I just do that backwards? No, okay. Yeah. Yeah, she says that until she realizes the other half of the room is going to be full. Listen, it's not like I don't want personals. I do. I just want to make sure I have enough space and room to get them done. I'm going to be no use to you if I have all these personals and no time or space to do them. Well, usually if you say his name 3 times, he appears. I hope you do good too. What's up, Derek? That's the envelope I wanted. All right. I have packaging for that done. Woohoo! Hey, listen. As soon as payday hits, man, get to the site. These are the more people realize that we're back up, the quicker they're gonna sell out because we're only doing a few at a time. I wonder if I have the spreadsheets for those. Yeah, there's actually some really good ones up there. We did if you were wondering about the national treasures, we did break those down into 2-box half case breaks to make them a little more digestible. So if you were scared of the NT before, they're okay now. Sean immediately fixed those after I told him that what everyone would prefer. Oh, goodness. Oh. I know, Derek. For Dwight Freeney right now. Break includes 15 the cup, 18 the cup, 17 the cup. It's a draft? As in you draft the box? Or you draft the cards? Like they open up everything and then you draft the cards. I'm just, I want to make sure I know. Interesting. Trying to think of the years. Hey, listen, Derek. Tell your wife to just watch the show. Because that's what happened to Ryan's wife. Aiken. Ryan was watching. Aiken was coming in to be like, what are you watching? She heard my voice and was like, I'm going to buy some now. So maybe your wife will hear my voice and go, hey, I want to buy something. Or I want you to buy something, honey. Get him to talk to us. Now, I don't know why, but for some reason, people's wives like to hear my voice. And I don't mean that in the skeezy kind of way. I mean it in apparently my voice is enjoyable and has what's the word? It's not aesthetically pleasing, but I don't know what the audio version of aesthetic would be. Whatever, it's music to their ears. I've had people stop me because this isn't far from my regular voice. Stop me and be like, oh my God, could you just say something? And I'm like, what do you want me to say? This is just what I'm doing. This is how I talk. So just have her come listen, hang out with us. Maybe she'll get into it. Legacy, what's going on, friends? How are you guys doing? Our Legacy, are you guys in a lockdown state yet? We're good, man. Still breaking. Just I'm breaking from the house now, so I get I get deliveries. As of Monday, Yeah, man. I'm in New York, so we've been locked down for a while. Everybody's good. Beaverwood, how are you, buddy? How is everybody in your neck of the woods? Are you guys healthy and safe? We're good here. There you go. Okay, so she's one of the few that hate me. um, no, we actually we're not doing personals yet. We are doing groups. I do have a list, but we're already done for the day. We're just hanging out now. I know you probably already know our site, but I am required to tell you since you asked. I do have stuff coming up this week that has spots available. I have stuff next week that has spots available. We have some stuff that's to be determined. Probably next week, at some point, we'll get back to doing more personals. But since I'm out of my spare room, I yeah, I'm at a loss. Q, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, you guys are locked down. Justin, you missed it. I pulled an Ori auto out of 25 or 26. It was like 25 or 26. And as a Boston fan, you know how few things Ori puts his signature on. Oh yeah. Since I've started breaking, I have pulled literally more Gretzky's than I've pulled Ori's. Fact. And it's funny, I'd show you, but I just finished packaging the break. Ryan, speak of the devil. What's up, buddy? We were just talking about you and Icon. Oh, did you finally find the jersey you were looking for? Kurt, what up, man? Good, how are you? How's everybody holding up? There you go. That's what everybody should do. Everybody should buy boxes from David Adams, bring them home, and then break them live at home, and do your best DC impersonations. Yeah, it's because you guys were prepared. What up, D&D? How are you guys holding up? Is everybody safe and well? Listen, Kurt, your president is not arguing with the provincial governors. Ours is yelling at our state governors. So at least your president is not yelling at the provincial leaders. It's good to hear. Yeah, we're all right, man. We're stir crazy. Our 4-year-old, it literally today was running laps. But we'll get through it. As soon as it dries up outside, we'll be able to get him to run outside. Yeah, Mel's in the other room. She's up in the chat. She's handling the child too. Hey, Greg, take care, buddy. I appreciate you stopping in. There you go. Yeah, man, we had some pretty good stuff pop up. Um, Trying to think. In football, we had a 101 Rob Gronkowski laundry tag. In football, had a nice Len Dawson triple patch auto. What? Jeremy, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We're safe. Thank you. Appreciate it, D&D. Um, yeah, there's some good stuff. Nothing like absolutely nuts except for that Gronk. Hello, Icon. I mean, I figured O'Brien from Houston would take him if anybody would. Man, they already have self-driving cars, buddy. Those Teslas, man, they don't need anybody. They can't, Jeremy. That's the thing. You can't justify picking him up. He is a he. God, high school he was a or excuse me, college he was a hazard. He had red flags coming in. Well, I mean, Buffalo Bills took a chance on Vince Young, so there's that. Honestly, his skill set wouldn't be bad for Canadian rules football. He's a big quarterback. He's a big dude. Juicy J, I agree. Yeah, but Icon, that is on the other side of the state. That's not us over here in Buffalo. We have body counts, but they're not that high. Um, New York City is a mess. New York State is not. It's not so awful over here. Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot over here, but it's not like New York City. We're not living on top of each other like they are over there. Greek. Greek says, who had almost identical stats to Winston in their first 5 years? Peyton Manning. Yeah, but Peyton Manning is intelligent. Yeah, but not as bad as the person who bought into the UD exclusives and got a Winston Tampa jersey. Yeah, Peyton Manning, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, is the greatest quarterback I ever saw live. I've seen Joe Montana play. I saw Joe Montana play. I'm that old. Um, I've seen Tom Brady play, but what Peyton Manning does from the moment he crosses the out of bounds marker and goes into the field, what he does is cerebral. The way he calls his audibles, the way he reads the defenses, the way he checks down things. Peyton Manning revolutionized the quarterback position. He was the very first to basically be the offensive coordinator on the field. He was, yeah, exactly, Juicy. He was one of the first ones that was allowed to call his own plays and audible off of something. Now, in the past, I mean, Jim Kelly was allowed to check down his own plays, but to have the open, to hot route the receivers, to hot route the tight ends, to switch the backs, to be able to call a completely different play was never done before Peyton Manning. Because his unbelievable ability to read a defense and study film and see tendencies made him, bar none, one of the greatest things to watch. I watched him dismantle my Bills, and it was one of the most glorious things I ever saw. He just tore us apart because he knew as soon as we lined up, he checked down and it was over. Justin's like, comparing the sheriff to Winston is a sin. You're welcome, Derek. Eli to Winston. There you go. Eli has more rings than Winston will ever have, though. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. Yeah, he was forcing the ball down the field. Yep. Yeah. But and when people ask me, I mean, you guys know I don't like Tom Brady, so you can go ahead and start the argument now. But when people ask me who the best quarterback in my opinion, the best quarterback of all time, the best pure pocket quarterback of all time, in my opinion, is Peyton Manning. Um, I wouldn't necessarily say he's one of the best quarterbacks of all time because there's a lot more to the quarterback position. But if you're talking about field general pocket passers, it's Peyton Manning. Absolutely. There you go. That's a great way of putting it. Greatest regular season QB of all time. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Plenty have thrown 30, but usually they have 40 or 50 touchdowns to show for it. I can see that. Yeah, he just his problem, and this is gonna sound rude, but I don't care. His problem is he needs to mature. He still acts like a child. He had a problem with maturity in college, doing stupid stuff in college on more than one occasion. He's just never grown up. He strikes me as one of those people that has always been able to do whatever he wanted because he was physically gifted. And he hasn't had to mature. And maybe this year he stole crab legs and he stood up on a table and yelled obscenities when they were filming in the school. That one was more brushed off as, oh, he's just a kid being a kid. But he did a viral video, basically, of him standing up and saying a certain sentence. I can't even say half of the sentence. It's vulgar. While somebody was shooting live news at his school. So he's a man-child. He's not an adult. He has always had maturity issues, and I don't think that's going to change. Maybe this will be the wake-up call he needs. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he got busted for a few things. He also had, I want to say, he got in trouble with an Uber driver too. I want to say he got in trouble with an Uber driver. Ah, Seneca Wallace. What about Seneca Wallace? I like Seneca Wallace. Hey man, Seneca Wallace never got the opportunity to thrive. That dude was fast. Yeah. If I remember correctly, he was inebriated. He grabbed her. Um, she filed charges, but the prosecutor did not pick up the charges because um her camera was not running at that time, or it was ended up being her word against his, but he ended up apologizing for it and accepting responsibility. And then he and then he did dirty mix. That's harsh. It's true, but it's harsh. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. Well, 30 seconds. All right. Yeah, if I had beer, I can guarantee you. Hold on, let me think about it. In my refrigerator, there is one bottle of beer. It is a Stella Artois Dark, and it has been there for 3 months, 4 months. And that is the only can of or only beer in my fridge. That is a fact. Can I put this? That's actually a really good place for that. Let me put that right here. I don't drink beer. I don't. Hey, what's up, man? Grand Slam. How is the family? How's everybody in the household? I don't drink beer. I don't anymore. I used to. I used to drink a lot of it. I don't like the taste of beer anymore. I've literally like my sense of taste changed. They say it happens every like 7 years. Your sense of taste evolves. I no longer like the taste of beer. I drink hard cider or whiskey. And I'm not talking about like, hard cider. I'm talking like 6.0 alcohol cider. Like Stella makes a really good swappy cider. Oh wow, man, stay safe, please. My goodness, you guys are the front lines. Yes, please stay safe, man. I bet they're on lockdown. When I'm with her family, I'm drinking tequila. Straight tequila. Shots of Don Julio and Patron. And I'll have a couple of Coronas. You mean one like that? See if I can get it to not be in the light. There you go. But no, there's not beer in there. There's just water. I drink and I know things. Unfortunately, it's I drink a lot of carbonated water, regular water, apple juice, and pineapple juice. Yeah, I wish. I wish. I should ask them if I'm allowed to have a nice Powers whiskey on the rocks while breaking. I know, right? Monday mixers. Yeah, Kurt, no, I still gotta follow company rules, man. Still paying me to be here. There you go. Triple B's. My family is killing me with text messages right now. I'm entertainment apparently. See, told you. Oh my goodness. He is so full of energy. So right now it's been raining the last couple of days. Today has been finally clear for most of the day. But it's wet outside. It's muddy where we are. So I can't let him outside. He's been running around the coffee table every day for 3 days. It's not Sean's call. That one goes a little bit higher than the director. That's a president call. And I don't think our partnerships with Panini and Topps would like that very much. Yeah, we try to make it different. Like I said, I'm not going to be like other breakers. Other breakers would not be sitting here talking to you right now. Other breakers would turn off their feed because they don't have to talk to you. They don't have anything to sell you. I want to talk to you. I want us all to talk to each other. Because think about it. How many times do you people talk to each other outside of this chat room right here? Oh, Insanity with Sean T. There you go. Hey, Matt, what's going on, buddy? Go Bills. I hope you are well. How is the family? Are you all safe and healthy? Oh, dude, I watched Tiger King. I watched it, absolutely. I got her to watch it. Yeah, there you go. It is definitely something else. We lived not too far from that Tampa Big Cats. We almost went, we talked about at one point, I believe, one of us mentioned the Big Cat Sanctuary when we were living there. All right. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have booze in my house. It's not like it's a dry house. Good, man. That's good to hear. As long as everyone's safe and healthy, that's all I care about. Oh, just wait, Justin. Oh, the humanity. Oh, drinking some mead. Oh, goodness. After hours with DC. It's it. Late nights, man. After hours. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, I should probably, yeah, I should probably do that. Me. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Honestly, that other guy, the dude from well, I don't remember where he's from. The crazy dude that has all the wives, that guy's messed up. That human being is doing some crazy grooming stuff right there. Oh, Grand Slam, it's a school bus fire. It is an absolute school bus fire. North Kakalaka, that's it. Oh God, North Kakalaka. I know a third of you are in North Kakalaka, so I can't say anything. Um, yeah, 2K. That dude is severely messed up. That is, I'm gonna say this, and watch. He's more messed up than the other two. If you really think about the level of skis that man runs, he's makes the other two look like saints. It is the definition of a show. You're right. Of an ish show. No offense to my West Virginia people, but I would expect that to be West Virginia. Justin, are you talking about the dude in North Carolina? So all right. I'm gonna share with you guys. I'm gonna share with you. This is gonna sound a little strange. This is going to sound a little hocus pocusy. And I don't want you to think any less of me. Ever since I was probably 18 years old, I have had an uncanny ability to read a person's character. Not prejudice, like accurately see somebody, watch them interact with life and society, and know correctly things about them. Um it helped me out. They actually made me a recruiter for Geico. I was in human resources and I recruited very successfully for them because I could sit and talk to somebody. No, Matt. No, I can't. I have to see them. It's a visual cue that I pick up. It's a visual cue, a little bit audio, but I can't tell by reading. I would handle all of the I would handle most of the face-to-face interviews for Geico for the 3 locations that I worked at. I've just had a very uncanny ability to get a grip on people's moral compass. It's strange because I tell people quite often, I'm like, you don't want to hang out with that person. And like 2 years later, yeah, Warren, I've met here. I have it right here. I got a picture of me and Warren hanging out. Let me show you. I literally have it in arm's reach. It's old and dusty. But I was never allowed to show this photo. You're barred from showing these. But now that I don't work for the company, they can't do anything. That's me resting my head on Warren's shoulder. That's literally me with my arm around. Yeah. Yeah, not many people have one of these, do they? I'm resting my chin on Warren's shoulder. I have 2 photos of me doing the exact same thing. I don't know where the other one... I think I gave the other one to my grandmother. So, yeah. That's me. Actually, be easier. He doesn't do autographs. There you go. And this is the old CEO of Geico. Warren Buffett will not do autographs. They're very rare. Once he found out that his autograph was worth $1,000 on eBay and people were making money off of his signature, he started to refuse autographs. So I have shaken his hand. On my son's life, I've shaken Warren Buffett's hand twice. I don't get that way. I used to do bodyguard work for celebrities, so I never ever got starstruck. You know what? Here, listen. I like Warren Buffett. Everybody has an opinion of him. Some people hate him. Some people like him. To me, Warren Buffett is a phenomenal human being. I would have never washed my hands. Everybody would have coronavirus if I didn't wash my hands. Yeah, I was around him twice. I was with him and Mike Pence, and who else was with us? Somebody from the Pacers in Indiana, because I was in Indiana with when Mike Pence was when he was the governor, and then I was with Warren and the old governor of Texas, who is the driest human being in the world. Yeah, Warren is by all accounts a cool guy. I don't have anything bad to say about him. He could definitely, pay his people a little bit more, but it is what it is. When he dies, he's giving away all of his money. All of his money goes to charity. Most of it's going to the Bill Gates and his wife's foundation. Bill and Melinda Gates, Bill and whatever her name is. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. I think it's Melinda, maybe. But he's giving it all away, so that money's going to go to a good cause. Yeah, but that's pretty cool, Matt. Again, I told you guys earlier in Melinda. It is Melinda. Okay. I put myself in just weird situations. I say yes to things that people are like, why would you go do that? I'm like, because there's a chance that I could do something really cool. They're like, okay. And then stuff happens. They're like, oh, how'd you do that? And I was like, I said yes. That's what me and Bert Kreischer have in common. We just end up in crazy places with wonderful stories about them. but I've always had the ability to judge people's character, and I could look at people, and it's usually the eyes will betray the face. Not to get too deep, but if you really are paying attention to somebody's eyes, you can understand more than seeing the rest of their face. So that man's eyes betray him that he is not a good human. I'm talking about we're going back to the Tigers, not Warren Buffett. Um, yeah, Duck, I know exactly what you're talking about with Jim Carrey. Um, the It's true. Yeah, she proposed to me. No, it's actually not a joke, guys. She proposed to me. I was the catch in her eyes. She was the only one that saw it. Nobody else thought that way. I had no idea he's a Bills fan. That's awesome. Yep. She asked me to marry her, and then I asked my mother if I should marry her. And then we came to the agreement, yes. She was hammered. Actually, it's funny. I'm going to throw her under the bus. She was hammered. She asked me to marry her, and then she opened up the car door and threw up all over the outside of the parking lot that we were in the drive-thru at Taco Bell when she asked me. How romantic. Cheesy Gordita Crunch 24/7. 100. She she definitely settled. Yeah. Yeah, she got the short end of the stick. It's true. The Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia is a great documentary. That is also a train wreck. You mean there was somebody else that bid on it? Oh, but yeah, if when all is said and done, when all of the autobiographies of the three people in Tiger King are written, you're gonna find that the guy from North Carolina was the sickest. From all accounts, and from the way he talks, the way he presents himself, the way other people talk at him, he is a groomer. He grooms teenage girls. He puts them in situations that they can't easily get out of. He's a he's like R. Kelly, but instead of P, it's tigers. I, I heard Melissa laugh from across the room. Just pulled a Rudy Gobert. Feel a little sick. My wife just had one of the most genuine laughs she's ever said when it was one of those unscripted laughs that came from the gut. Yeah, yeah. All right, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back again. Okay. No. No, he I actually this is my parenting logic. We're actually keeping him up a little bit later now cuz he's not going to school anytime soon. It's going to be weeks before he goes to school. Um we're keeping him up later just so that I can sleep. My wife has to get up. She works at 8 o'clock from this office. Um I go to bed at like 2. Because I have to sort um, after this is all over. So we're keeping him up a little bit later so he sleeps in a little bit more so I can get a little bit more sleep. Because as soon as he wakes up, I have to watch him while she's working. Yeah, yeah, Justin. I without being a home teacher, I'm working 2 full-time jobs. From 8 a.m. to 4:30, I have to watch and then, you know, be with James, and then from 6, honestly, it's like 5:30 getting set up. From 6 till midnight, I'm live, and then from midnight to 2, I'm sorting. So I sleep from like 2:15 to 8. So I get about 5 6 hours of sleep. God, I would love a nanny. I'm a little too poor for a nanny. The best I can get is, a trusty crackhead to stand outside the house, look in the window, and make sure my son doesn't hurt himself, and then maybe text me if he's doing something bad. That's about what I can afford. And that's the thing. Thank God crack is cheap. Now, for people who are watching the video and can't see the chat, let me explain that last statement. In the chat, Duck said, "The trusty crackhead, eh? As long as you pay in crack," to which I replied that sentence. Because if you're just watching this video, that sentence probably sounded pretty weird. Honestly, what we do pay in childcare, we could get a nanny. I just, we'd have to find a nanny that's a teacher. Yeah, so Justin, so Matt just said, Matt, whom has the nanny, said, "I have a few words, but I think you know what I'm thinking." What for everybody who doesn't know him, what he means is the nanny's actually his girlfriend, and she poses as a nanny, and that's how he managed to pay her off, for their secret love children. He has actually 7 children with his nanny, and 1 with his wife. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we so honestly, yeah, we pay full disclosure. Um the pre-K that James goes to is 275 a week. Um but it's one of the top ones in Williamsville. We send our kid to where doctors and lawyers send their kids. My son was only there a couple of months, and he is already mastered the alphabet, and he's spelling out words. He's, you know, doing things that are amazing. They're like, he's kinder ready already. And we're like, he's only been here for 4 months. Not even, it's like 3.5 months. So they're very good at what they do. And there's very small classrooms, not a lot of kids per teacher. So for us, it's very expensive, but whenever school finally starts, we won't have to pay that anymore, so we'll have money again. I got to do what I can, man. James is a very it's a good way to put it. He's particular. He already at 4 years old knows exactly what he likes. He knows what he wants. He just doesn't know how to get it. So sometimes you have to teach him how to get what he wants in a good way. Oh, man. So that's not going to happen. I had him so late in life by the time he got. When my son turns 20, I will be 57. So I will be long dead before he is able to put me into a nice home. I am a lot older. I heard ABC Mouse is good too. My son is a gamer. He loves the computer. Well, he loves the tablet. He doesn't know how to really work. He knows how to work a mouse a little bit. But he loves it. More than likely, Duck. With my incredible yes man mentality growing up, I probably shaved quite a few years off my life. I smoked for 15 years. She's she's feeding me to a tiger. Yeah. I smoked for 15 years. Um like a heavy smoker for 10 of them. A lot of those yeses should have been no's. Hey man, want to smoke? Should have been no. I don't want Marlboro Reds with the filter torn off. And I love food. I don't watch what I eat. So my cholesterol and salt is not where it should be. I mean, I'm okay with that. Oh, it is. Yeah. Now, I also chewed tobacco. Hey, Terry, what's going on, friend? Glad you're joining us. I also chewed for the 4 years that I was in the Navy because you couldn't smoke where I was. So you learn to chew Skull Wintergreen long cut. Oh, it was gross. That was the most disgusting habit I did. Um, that was awful. I hated it, but it just became something I did. It just became a habit. It was. I do not recommend ever trying it even once. Not even the pouches. Not even the bandits. Don't ever. It's just so bad for your mouth. My mouth is. I have. Oh, goodness gracious. Fixing my mouth was very expensive and will continue to be very expensive once I decide to get started on it again. I have a lot of below the gum line problems because of that. I have all my teeth, and all of them are still white ish. I drink a lot of coffee, so they're not pure white. I have all my teeth. I didn't lose any yet, but I have below the gum line problems. As you smoke a Marlboro Red, there you go, man. No, no, I didn't. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yep, this is not far from my regular walking around voice. The reason my voice comes across so well is because with a microphone, I have to project my voice into the microphone. So my walk around voice is just a toned down version of this. Um, and a lot of people are like, dude, you should be in radio. It's like, yes, I know, I should be in radio. But thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, man, I honestly, I quit cold turkey. I woke up and I was like, I felt like butt, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. I don't want to smoke anymore. And I literally was like, I'm not smoking anymore. I bought blow pops, and every time I wanted to smoke, I just put a blow pop in my mouth, sucked on the sucker, chewed up the gun, spit it out. 20 minutes later, another sucker was in my mouth. My drunk voice? I don't know if I have a drunk voice. It would probably be like, hey, man, listen, hey, buddy, listen to this story I have about Warren Buffett. Is this guy, he's got so much money, and I shook his hand, man. I shook his hand. I would have to assume that's probably my drunk voice. In a land where a handful of breakers, only one rises above. Yeah, I actually we were tossing around the idea of buying a microphone like this one. Um because this is actually a decent mic. It's you're it's a good entry level mic. You can get it for about 150 bucks. But getting a mic and doing extra little voice work projects on the side, there's a company out of Toronto that handles a lot of voice work. A very successful company. That's all they do is voice work. They do ebooks, they do radio segments, and they usually want you to go to the Toronto location to do the recording time. But once you if you can show them your equipment and submit samples, they'll allow you to do it from home as well and just send you work to do. It would be on the side, stuff that I can do, when I'm not breaking, for some extra, a couple $100 extra. Grand Slam, you are correct. Not today, there weren't, Kurt. Tuesdays, today there wasn't. I think Tuesdays and Thursdays might be pushed back. I don't know if he's going to do them later or if he's going to cancel them, because Tuesdays and Thursdays is kind of when he spends the day organizing what I need, making sure I get it, and making sure he follows up on what's happening with me. Those are kind of like maintenance days, for lack of a better term. Since he's not here to give me feedback every day, twice a week we're kind of powwowing over da phone. It's the hard stuff. I'm drinking the hard stuff. Whoa, my goodness. Just pounding that water. I'm a maniac. No, nada. He's gonna handle, from my understanding, all hit parade, including like cards. Wegmans is the best. It really is. I have one right around the corner. It is a blessing. Wegmans. Here's what I'll give a shout out to Wegmans. Wegmans has been amazing during this outbreak. The way that the leadership of Wegmans has, as soon as you get in there, there's a wipe down team wiping down every cart as it comes in, and right before they give it to you, they wipe it down. They have sanitizer every 20 feet. There's a thing of sanitizer. They moved all of the aisles and produce farther apart so that you're not close to people. Not like the regular aisles, but like the large produce aisles. And they're queuing you into the checkouts over the radio, kind of like a bank does, or like what's a good example? Marshall's does. Yeah, they are. The subs are amazing. But they have handled it wonderfully. Every time you use the touchpad, they wipe it down afterwards. They've been great. I don't know what a Ralph's is. No, they're not on the West Coast. They're Northeast. Danny Wegman and his brother started them. They were privately owned. I don't know if they're still privately owned. I think they're still privately owned, but they're great. They're wonderful. That's they're releasing. I used to live in Katy, Texas. Um, that's interesting. Yeah, Wegmans is local. There's not. Yeah, I lived in Katy. I lived in Katy. Right by um Rancho Sanco, I think it's called. Yeah. I lived right by the expressway. I lived by. All right, let me give you an idea. What was close to me? The Kolache store, the Asian family that owns the Kolache place, the best kolaches in the world. I lived right across the street from their kolache bakery. Um, what else was by me? The BJ's, the brew house, BJ's brew house. That was right next to me on I-10, off of I-10. Yeah, I loved Katy. Katy is one of the places that we would send. We would go back to Katy for James's high school. What's up, John? Your card shop misses you. Yeah, I liked Katy. Katy was good. Some of my favorite people in the world still live in Katy. I know Albertsons. I know Aldi. Really, we have toilet paper in our Wegmans. Yeah, I've Grand Slam. I've lived everywhere. I've lived just outside of Chicago. I've lived in Indianapolis, Orlando, Katy, Texas. I've lived in Jacksonville, Mayport, Florida. I've lived in Lakeland, Florida. Um, Buffalo. That's it as far as actually living. I lived in Katy. Oh my goodness, my wife would be able to answer that better. Um, Let me think. I have to do math because my son was born in Katy. So it was 4 years ago. So 6 years ago. So probably around 2014 to 2016. The 2014 to the beginning of 2016. The west side is the best side. I lived on the west side of Buffalo. I lived on Niagara Street. I am I am a hearty individual. I got along really well with the west side of Buffalo. It's possible, man. I spent most of my time at BJ's Brew House and work. That was it. Work at Geico. That was all. Derek, it is an absolute pleasure and an honor to talk to you. I hope to see you tomorrow. I'm familiar with Amherst. I lived there. Yep, I was in that big office. That was me. I opened that office, as a matter of fact. I was there for the opening. I actually staffed like 700 of the people that work there. The beer sampler's good. They have duck. They have an amazing broccoli cheddar soup in a bread bowl. Fun fact, when we arrived to that Geico office, it wasn't done yet. And we were supposed to be recruiting, but the it failed its fire marshal inspection for something stupid. It was a technicality. But then the fire marshal went to vacation for 2 weeks. So we were actually recruiting people out of the La Quinta across the way. And when Rick Perry, I think his name was, Rick Perry, heard that we were waiting for our building to be inspected, he called back the inspector from his vacation and told him to inspect our building. And that's what the fire marshal did. He had to leave his vacation, come home, inspect our building, and then fly back to his vacation. Sounds good, man. Thank you. You have a good night, man. Appreciate you, Derek. I bet you, Justin. I bet you would. And especially now that you know about cheese curd. Oh my God. Hold on, Justin. I got to show you this. Dude, are you ready? I just picked this up the other day. Oh, he does now. I introduced it to him. I told him he had to pick it up. This right here. This is pure gold. What you got, Justin? Yeah. These are, listen, you guys know that I put Frank's hot sauce like you would put ketchup. Frank's hot sauce is not hot. I have to go to habaneros. No flavor? Yeah, usually this is just because it's Buffalo. You're not going to find this everywhere. This right here is so hot, I have to take my time with it. I have to pace myself because this has got so much heat. It's in fuego. When he says it's hot stuff, he's not lying. This stuff is fire. Fire cheese curd. And here's the crazy thing. This whole bag, which is 8 ounces, 6 ounces, $4. That was it. It was only $3.99. The one, yes, I heard the one chip challenge. Yeah, it's, yeah, it's. You're right. It's basically a minotaur. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, dude, that stuff is. I heard of the one chip challenge. So you did it. Oh goodness, no. um. That is, what is it? Is it boot jalapeno pepper and ghost pepper and Carolina Reaper? Is that the 3 peppers that are on that? Yeah, yeah. The one chip challenge, it is 1 potato chip. It's basically smothered in capsaicin. It's basically pure capsaicin smeared all over a chip. They take the capsaicin from the 4 hottest peppers in the world and they smear it on a chip. It's basically like coated in pure 100% capsaicin, which is what makes the peppers hot. Yeah, it'll actually cause ulcers. So here's the thing with me and heat. Um, I can handle hot stuff. Growing up in Buffalo, you get an immunity to hot things. Yeah, Grand Slam, I saw that. It's actually a really good show. Um, I like you grow up Frank's hot sauce, pure Frank's, not cut with butter, but pure Frank's is like ketchup if you're a native Buffalonian. You grow up, that stuff is like ketchup. It's not hot, it's flavorful. So pure Frank's hot sauce is just flavor. There's no heat to us. For me and most of the people I know and grew up with, we can eat jalapenos like you would eat a bell pepper. Um, for us to feel heat, we have to start at habanero. When we get to a habanero, that's when we start feeling the Scovilles of it. Hot ones, yes. Duck, that's exactly what it is. Um, so like ghost peppers, they're extremely hot. I wouldn't eat them for pleasure. When you get above a habanero, actually, just above a habanero is the. It's a pepper that's native to um, St. Augustine, Florida. Datil, datil pepper. Um, a datil pepper is very hot and flavorful. Anything above that is only masochistic. There's no point to it other than creating self harm. So I don't hang out with the ghost peppers or the boat jalapenos. Um, I've tried ghost pepper just to be like, yeah, I've put a ghost pepper in my mouth. It was a horrible feeling. I don't know why people do it on purpose. It's just suffering. But I will eat habanero like that's normal. Like habanero is where I go to get hot sauce. I have to go to habanero because basic hot sauce is just like ketchup to me. Most of my friends are like that. Yeah, datil is it's very flavorful, but it has a very sneaky heat. Because the datil pepper, it's a small pepper. It is very flavorful, and the heat creeps. It's not in the front. After you chew, you're like, oh, this is great flavor, and then all of a sudden it comes right up your throat. You're like, oh my god, this is fire. But datil pepper is probably one of my favorite peppers to make hot sauce with. Um, and whenever I order it from St. Augustine because if you want the best datil pepper sauce and salsa, St. Augustine, it's just amazing. It's good stuff. I'm thinking about food. I'm starting to space out. Okay. Goodness gracious. Oh, gotta do some more sorting while I'm here. These are the ones from yesterday that I'm finishing up. those go together. Serrano chili, those are no joke either.
Matt's like, that's awful.
Yeah, man. It's not good for your system. It's especially worse on the way out. That's when it really gets you. Yeah. There's a bunch of different home remedies. There is a bunch of home remedies for that. So he likes it too. Then he's big into the heat, isn't he, Icon? I've had it actually, Justin. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ordered that on the side and I dipped my fries in it. I'm not kidding. When I go to B Dubs, I eat the mango habanero. That is what I have for dinner. Mango habanero wings. Yeah, Thai food is very spicy. It's just no. I'm conditioned to it, Justin. It has nothing to do with being a beast. You're just it, literally if you're 50 or younger, then you were raised in a buffalo that always had wings. The wing sauce is only two items. It's Frank's hot sauce specifically and liquid butter. And it's just how much hot sauce to butter ratio that determines whether it's mild, medium, or hot. Um, so growing up with that being like the choice and having a family where it was either medium or hot, you just get conditioned to hot stuff. Um, I go through a bottle of Frank's hot sauce probably every month, month and a half. My wife goes through a bottle of Tabasco every month and a half. Yeah, exactly. Frank's isn't that hot. To me, it's ketchup. Um, you just get used to it, and then you have to kind of venture up for higher things. Then, for me, it was what was growing up trying to think what the suicide wings. That's what they call them here. Suicide wings. Those were, I think, ghost pepper. I do put that ish on everything. You know what's really good, and I'm not gonna lie. Listen to me. I'm a fat guy. I know food. Just get a cheese and pepperoni pizza. When the pizza's done, just put 1 drop of Frank's on each of the pepperoni. Just dot each pepperoni with 1 drop of Frank's. And then a little bit of Parmesan, if that's your thing. A little bit of crushed red pepper. But if you just add 1 drop of Frank's to every pepperoni, it enhances. I'm not saying pour it all over. Just literally, every pepperoni, put 1 drop in. Just 1 drop. Completely enhances the flavor of the pizza. I'm telling you, it is so good. Sorry, Justin. I had pizza for dinner. Guess what I did? I put a drop of Frank's on every pepperoni. Dave did come and review our pizzas. I think one of them was like a 7.5 or a 7.2, which his scale, that's good. He went to Buffalo. He did a few. He did Lenova's pizza, the 1 bite challenge. Yeah, it was funny because the owner of Lenova was there when he did it. The owner's son knew who Dave was. I think he was there for the Pats game. You're correct, Matt. He knew who he was, so the son called the father over, and the father watched him take his bite. And when I think he said 7.2. When he said 7.2, the father went nuts. He's like, "What do you mean? You're an idiot, Bobby!" Like started like cussing him out. And everyone's like, "No, that's really good on his scale." He said it would be higher, but he didn't because he likes foldable pizza. New York pizza or Buffalo pizza it's funny. It's halfway between Chicago and New York. So our pizza thickness is halfway between deep dish and New York style, thin crust, foldable. We're in between. So it's different. It's a lot doughy, more doughy than others. Yeah, it flops. Because it's a doughier pizza. It's not done as long. Because it's a thicker dough. It's not deep dish, but it's thicker. It's a complete. Buffalo has their own type of pizza crust. It's just different. You have to come up here. Macy's Pizza? I don't think I know Macy's Pizza. The big ones are Lenova, Pizzeria Uno, if there are any of those left. Squally's was good. Most of the places I know don't exist anymore. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, come to Buffalo, get a hold of me. I'll take you on a food tour. As long as you pay for your own meal, I'll take you to a food tour. Yeah, you guys in Canada, don't you have a lot of Sparrow? For some reason, I remember a lot of Sparrow in Toronto when I was there. Yeah, that's what I thought. I love Canada. I'm not even exaggerating. I just absolutely love Ontario. Yep, Pizza Nova, yep. It is, man. Everybody in Canada is just chill and laid back. It's a real melting pot. It's what America should be when it comes to melting pot status. Are you kidding me? How many times did I get a Pizookie? All of them? Chocolate chip Pizookie. I was there when the... What was it? They launched one while I was in Katy. To give you an idea of how long ago it was. I want to say it was... Oh, goodness. They one of the Pizookies launched when I was there. I didn't care for it. I just like the Ghirardelli chocolate chip one. But one of their other ones launched while I was there. And I remember trying it and being like, nah, I'll stick with what I like. Yup, I agree, Kurt. Let me know, man. Flintstones one. They probably postponed it indefinitely. Now, I don't want to spread any fear-mongering, but did anybody watch the live report today from the president and his specialists? If you did, we are expecting reasonably, they said, between 1 and 200,000 deaths. They said if we do everything right, it'll be about 100,000 people in the United States will die. If we do everything right. If we leave it unchecked, which thankfully we haven't, we've already started doing the right things. If we didn't do anything, it would be over 1 million people. But because of what we are doing and how we are restricting things, it's projected, Justin's right, between 100 and 240,000 deaths. They're saying 100,000 is what we should expect. We should expect 100,000 people to die in the United States from this virus. That is basically our best bet, what we're aiming for. We haven't seen the peak of this yet. The peak is still, they said, a month away. 2 months to a month away. Yeah, correct. They die in a year. We're going to lose 100,000 people in 3 months. Yeah, that's true, Grand Slam. So there's a lot. I mean, they said the worst isn't over yet, but we're putting ourselves in a fair position. So, yeah. Yep. And here's where I'm actually going to come out and say, and those who are my regulars know we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Um, I was wrong. I kind of agreed with the president for once. Um, and I didn't think it was as bad as it's being played out to be. And boy, was I wrong. What I didn't know, the information I was not armed with, was the sheer number of exposures pre-testing. Once they've revealed that, they've done 1.1 million tests in the United States, and this was affecting people as early as February, that is what I didn't know. Yeah, I remember H1N1 as well. It was, oh, nobody believes China's numbers. No, they're not. I didn't think it was. I thought I was, and I misspoke to you, my friends. I thought this was a simpler solution, but with the research that they've come out with, and this isn't America, this is from Germany, from England, Korea. The reports are, it doesn't take much to infect you. Usually a virus, I mean, you're in contact, you really gotta be rubbing up on somebody to get, the flu. This can be the slightest exposure, airborne or anything. It's a very efficient virus. The way it's physically built latches onto human cells better than any of the viruses that have come around in a long time. And that's what makes it scary. Yeah, Justin, yeah. Yeah, I am man enough to admit that I took this too lightly. And there are still people who are there. Honest to God, I'm not going to lie to you. There are still people who think this is a trumped up media phenomenon, that this is something that is being extorted by the press. My mother is a director of Roswell Park Cancer Institute, and I will tell you, this is not a joke. My mother will tell you. I see if I can get her to guest star over the phone one of these nights. This is not a media circus. This is an actual problem. Yeah, 60, so many people die from the flu every year. Yeah, this is so fast. This is way faster than anything we've seen. That's why it's a pandemic, is because of the speed at which this spreads and affects us. This is nothing that we've ever messed with before. Yeah, and there always will be people like that. And again, I sell cards for a living. I'm a internet personality, for lack of a better term. I don't consider myself an internet personality, but if you look at my job title, it's basically what I am. I don't have a say in this other than my opinion. And my opinions in the beginning were very wrong and could have put people in a bad situation. This is a lot worse than I thought it was. And I'm seeing it firsthand here in New York. And my mother is telling me about what's going on in the hospitals. You're right, there is no feasible treatment yet. So, yeah.
And that's the kicker, Grand Slam. Some people will never have a symptom, but will have the virus. That's the scary thing. With the flu, everybody who gets the flu gets the flu. This one is a ninja. They should have called it the ninja virus. It attacks your lungs. It basically tracks your lungs, and from what I've been told, it actually can crystallize your lungs. And that's why people can't breathe. That's why they need it deposits and crystallizes in your lungs. COVID-19 is what the stuff is doing. Yeah, it'll take a while for it to work. Yeah, and that's it. It's pneumonia. So pneumonia can be caused by a couple of different things. The pneumonia will fill your lungs with fluid. But you can have a walking pneumonia, which is where you're not filled with fluid. Kind of like dry drowning. It's where you can actually drown hours after you were submerged in water because your throat will collapse feeling that it is drowned. Google dry drowning. It's the scariest thing you're going to Google all day. It's going to make you terrified to go in water. But yeah, it is, there are people that are like, it's basically crystallizing the inside of their lungs. It's not literally crystallizing, but it's making your lungs unable to process oxygen. It is putting up like a blocker. Let's see if I can find the article I read. Oh. All right, this is here we go. Yeah, exactly. So here, again, this is outside of my scope of duty, but I'm gonna show you. Oh goodness. So can we agree that Johns Hopkins is a reasonable source? Can we all agree that this is not a fake news site? Can we agree that Johns Hopkins is a reasonable source? Just so that there's no saying that I'm on a quack site. It is, yeah. Justin's like, maybe. Okay, Justin. So coronavirus can cause, this is one of the severe things that it causes. Pulmonary sarcoidosis. What it is it's not, crystallization is kind of like, I put that in quotes. It is a severe inflammation of the lungs that basically causes the inability for air to be, let me find it. Where is it? Inflammation of the lymph nodes and lungs, but can cause an organ. Basically, it does not allow the tissue to absorb oxygen. And if it doesn't heal, it will remain inflamed and become scarred and stiff.
pulmonary fibrosis. So when they say crystallizing, this is what they're talking about. It tears up your lungs, and that scar tissue basically becomes hard. Okay. All right, Justin. So this is what they mean when they say crystallizing. It's basically scarring the inside of your lung and it's hardening that tissue. These are extreme cases. Let me say that. This is the extreme case here, but this is what's happening. It is causing this scarring, which is basically disallowing you to take in oxygen. But there you go. Roger that. Yeah, Matt, that is crazy. Sorry, I'm also sorting, so forgive me. Yes, there is. And I actually did state that when I had mentioned it. I said, unless there's something I don't know, I don't see this as such an issue. But man, there was so much I didn't know. We are gonna get through it. I mean, this is not going to eradicate humanity because enough of us are going to be immune to it the second time around. The doctors are sure that certain patients, without any shadow of a doubt, will not get it the second time, while others may be susceptible. So there is at least a portion of the population that is guaranteed to survive. Till it mutates. Well, thankfully, Matt, from what they've studied from it, it is a very slow moving virus in that aspect. They say that's the one biological thing we have going for us is it is very slow to adapt because they're seeing the same exact virus in America that they were seeing in China and England. And normally, if it crosses continents or crosses enough people, it mutates in that time. That's why there's no cure for the common cold. Well, first of all, let me backtrack. There's different versions of the common cold. However, they're incurable because they mutate so frequently. This, we're finding the exact same DNA in the virus as we're finding from the original infections, which means it's not adapting well inside humans. And that's a positive thing. There is a second phase, correct. However, there is... it's not going to be what it is now, because there's already going to be antibodies in place. Natural antibodies. And again, I'm only gathering information from where I can. Yeah, hopefully this does change the world. In a positive way. Maybe bowing will finally be a thing again. No, that's for sure. Yeah. Correct. Yes. You are correct. So, coronaviruses have been around forever. We've known about coronaviruses. Coronavirus is actually, it's the description of what the virus looks like. Coronaviruses have been known. You can go back 20 years and see research on coronaviruses. We're calling this the novel coronavirus because it's the new breed of coronavirus. Technically it's called the novel coronavirus. We just shorten it to coronavirus. But there are coronaviruses that have been, exactly, SARS, MERS, bird flu, I think was one. Coronaviruses have always been around, but it's such an extremely unlikely transfer from animals to humans because human immune systems are gangbusters. We tend to rip apart everything that comes at us. We are the average person, I should say, is extremely unsusceptible to these things. So the fact that this one took hold, like the bird flu, like the SARS, like MERS, this one is just efficient. Those ones weren't as efficient as this one is. Yeah, and that's what they should be doing. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yep. Yeah, coronavirus has been around. It's just the first time most people have heard about them. I mean, it's the first time I've heard about it, but then I researched and was like, oh, okay, there has always been hey, watch out when you're handling animals, especially bats and pangolins and chimpanzees. This can happen. There is the theory that the AIDS virus originally came from chimpanzees. I don't know how much I believe it, but that's what the saying is. So it's definitely not the first time. Oh my God, Texas Medical Center. My son was born in, what was it called? Memorial Hermann. And it was the only place that had his level of NICU that he would survive.
My son was basically not much more than a 50-50 chance. They did. You can heat your N95 to 100 and I think it's 135 degrees in the oven for 2 hours. Don't quote me on this. Google it. Basically, you can bake it in the oven for 2 hours or 3 hours, and they're considered reusable with very minimal reduction in protection. No, it has to be, yeah, you have to then, shaking hands, you have to then touch one of your mucous membranes. You can shake somebody's hand, and as long as you don't stick that in your eye, your nose, your mouth, or your ear, or any other orifice in your body, I don't know what you do in your own time, you can't get it. But you can pass it on to somebody if you shake somebody else's hand. Yeah, it's and the sad thing is a lot of these naysayers and a lot of the conspiracy theorists aren't going to believe it until it hits their hometown. When this is a problem in their hometown, then all of a sudden it's not going to be a conspiracy, it's going to be, oh, they're purposefully infecting my town now. You're not going to be able to sway the people who don't believe it until they get it from themselves. It's the dangerous misinformation. Unfortunately, there has been a campaign for many years now to get people to not trust any media anywhere. Anywhere. All media is bad. And that is not true. Some media is awful. A lot of media is, all media is biased. Let me rephrase that. All media is biased, but it doesn't mean everything they say is false. I don't think there's a lot of things that are being said wrong about this right now. Now I think everybody's got to come clean because so many people are dying. That is true, Grand Slam. But here's one thing. President doesn't think it's a hoax anymore. They actually made him say it. He doesn't think this is a hoax anymore. Oh man, it's Grand Slam. Here's what I do, and I'm not lying. I have a lot of time on my hands during the day watching my son. I'll watch a little bit of CNN and I'll watch a little bit of Fox News. Um it is vastly different how each of those cover the same story. Whether you're on one side or the other, you're not going to believe the other. Because it's just the way it's going to be. So whether you follow CNN or Fox News, you're not going to believe the other channel. But I'm telling you, both channels are putting out different stories. It's scary. There's a lot of misinformation from both channels. It's not just one or the other. Both of them are getting things wrong. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's something I can't figure out. Cuz my gut instinct to me says this is too efficient. But on the flip side, I do believe that when medicine says looking at the actual DNA of this virus and creating the RNA cure for this virus, when something when a virus is uh, tampered with by humans, it leaves a telltale sign in the DNA. It has certain markers that make it more potent than the average thing. And according to multiple countries, the DNA of this thing doesn't look like it was altered. But that doesn't mean somebody didn't find this coronavirus and use it exactly the way it is. I wouldn't say it's man made. I would say it's natural, but it's being manipulated by man. There is potential. It's naturally occurring. We know coronaviruses exist. We know that these exist. I believe that it is possible that somebody found this one and was like, "Wow, this is the perfect one. This is the one we've been looking for." And then, oops, this perfect thing that we found just got out. I would have more faith in believing that than it was wholly created. Simply because we know these things exist. I believe that knowing these things exist, countries are looking for the most dangerous one. And I think they found one of them. And that's what happened. Oh, it's true. There are contagions that can wipe out the entire Earth in a matter of days. I mean, if you think of Agent Orange, and some of those uh, chemical warfare items, the things that were being used in those areas, um, yeah, we have some nasty stuff locked up behind closed doors. Oh, I agree. It does. It targets the elderly. Um, the I if anything, I'm telling you, think of it this way. Somebody was searching for a coronavirus that could do this, and they found one. And the problem was they found it and it got out. I don't believe this was created in a lab. I believe it is naturally occurring, but it was being harnessed by humans. Just let that marinate for a minute. It can be biological, but if we harness it for the wrong purposes, problems occur. So just mull that around, let that marinate, and think if that makes sense. And if you think about it, That, if you follow that rationale of thinking, you kind of solve both sides of the conspiracy theories. Yeah, oh no, I know. Matt, I agree with you there. Um, my line of thinking solves the, oh, it's man made, oh, it's natural. Well, actually, it's both. It's naturally occurring, but human harnessed. You literally merge both of those um, theories into one, and you actually have a plausible solution. It's a naturally occurring virus that we took from nature and used for our own needs. Just saying, it solves both of those theories. Yeah, it just sucks that it did start in China because I think everybody can agree China does not tell the truth. They just, it's them and Russia. Forgive my Russian friends who watch because I know there's a few of you. Russia will not show weakness by saying, "Oh, look, we don't get the coronavirus," and it's like, really? Okay, well then, how come you all of a sudden have 400,000 people with pneumonia in St. Petersburg? Yeah, there's too much pride in world leadership for them to admit that something went wrong. I'm waiting for the story about Kim Jong Un um, fighting the coronavirus with his bare fists and beating the virus out of North Korea. That's the story I'm waiting for. Like, oh, fearless leader physically beat up the virus, and it is now no longer in North Korea. South Korea was on point. Oh no, there is more of this is not over, that we haven't even reached the peak yet. Everybody have said that. Trump's own people have said we have not reached the peak of this yet. Worse is yet to come, but we got to flatten the curve. Yeah, that's it. Grand Slam. Yep. Wu Tang's. That's right. Yeah. Yep. Wu Tang style. He took off his shirt and he beat that virus into submission. Which, yeah, there you go. Oh man, it's a mess either way. I mean, it's not good. Whether it's one thing or another, no matter what it isn't good. That's what this is. No matter what the cause was, no matter what the reasoning was, it's just not good no matter what. And we have to get through it, persevere. And this is the stuff that, I mean, they talk about, oh, they survived the Spanish flu, they survived the Black Plague, they survived the Ebola outbreak. We're going to be able to say we survived, hopefully every single one of us. We survived the COVID-19 outbreak. That'll be like the badge. If this was a video game, that would be um the badge that we would acquire when this is over. Plus 15 experience. Yep. We'll get through it though. Most of us will. Hopefully every single person in this chat room will, and all of their families. COVID-19 achievement unlocked. Haha, Russell. Russell just jumps in and drops the mic. I love it. We are living through a gigantic part of history for numerous reasons. We are living through the era of misinformation right now. I mean, if you think about it, it is the time of misinformation, because if you believe the truth, then you're being misinformed by the lies. And if you believe the lies, you're being misinformed by believing the lies. So no matter which side you're on, there's misinformation present. Money. Yeah. Yep. No, social media is cancerous. I know half of us are talking on a social media platform, but there's no accountability in social media. Ryan, take care, man. Good night. Meditate, please. Think about it. Um, they, there's no culpability. There is no responsibility in social media. Age of ignorance. That's a great way to put it. Age of ignorance. Um, I mean, until you get until you find a way to police the internet, which will never happen. It's impossible. There's no repercussions. Trolls being trolls. Haha. Wind it down. Justin, there you go. Yeah, you're right. They are policing the internet. Not in a good way. What I mean is, people need to be held accountable for what they're putting out there. All right, everybody. Justin. Bruh, you are writing that way too late, man. Oh yeah, Russell, isn't that interesting? I don't believe when that comes around, I don't believe I'm going to be the breaker of that. I'm probably going to request not to be the breaker of that. I'm going to probably see if Alex or Sean wants to do it. I'm not interested in it. I used to play. But I don't want to be responsible for that break at all. So I am going to see if I can bow out of that one. All right, everybody. You have a good one. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, half of it is land, right? Isn't 30 of it land? 30 or 40 cards land? A graded 10 land goes for what, 200 bucks? But you have that chance of getting the Lotus, the Black Lotus. So, just like anything. But if you think about it, Russell, and I'm not poo-pooing it, I'm not at all, because all this is a chance. You when you buy, into one of these, you're gonna get Bill North, or maybe you're gonna get John Smoltz. At least you're guaranteed something out of this. And chances are, from the look of the box, I haven't seen it personally. It's in a safe. It's locked up. Supposedly the box is in perfect condition. I was told the box is mint. Like, it is a box from a case that was mint. Duck, I like it. So you're probably going to be getting a lot of 9-10 stuff out of it. I'll watch it, Justin. I'll put it on while I sort. I don't want to be responsible for it. I'm going to watch the break. I might, if I'm not doing the break, I might go there to see it. I might be in the room, but I don't want to be the hands-on for that one. I drop cards. My regulars will tell you, occasionally I drop things. I don't want to have the Lotus in my hand and drop it. I'm not interested in I want to stay, I will be in the room, that's about it. There you go. All right, everybody, I got to get out of here. I'm actually late by 2 minutes. Yeah, you too, Duck, appreciate you. Everybody, stay safe, be healthy, wash your hands, and please don't touch your face. I love all of you. Good night.